Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev. It's a good day today. I slept well. I'm feeling good. Things are looking up. Got some good feedback from the contract job yesterday or today. Well, feedback about the contract job from the testing that was going on until today, and the feedback was really good. I've built something that's quite stable, it seems. So I'm happy about. Oh, that's too far. Hang on. Oh, no. There we go. Yeah, I've built something that's pretty stable. It appears, and I'm very happy about that. So mostly just got a lot of design updates to add and things to continue working on. I'm going to be working on the game kind of at a higher rate until mid-September. Whether or not that translates to me working on it on stream more is yet to be seen. Like this week was a lot of off-stream work, but happy with where it's been going so far. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Hey, Voidplane, Crowdtesh, we've got Virtue vs. Vice in here. Welcome anybody lurking on YouTube as well. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm feeling good. I feel good. I slept really well last night, I think. I'm on some medication that I've tried before, but I'm on like a higher dose of it, which is like the proper dose. And I'm doing a lot of sinus care as well. And I think that generally speaking, my it's taking quite well this time compared to like last time. Like I'm feeling pretty good about it. So hopefully I can just keep that up and just continue feeling good and productive and get through life normally. So yeah, I've been feeling a little bit better about some stuff to do with Insignia as well. Before we jump into that, I just want to say a big thank you to our most recent follower and most recent subscriber, Raimu. Sorry I can't pronounce that name in Chinese characters, but it is what it is. So I'm working on cutscene stuff at the moment. I think I just the other day I had like a little bit of a also there's this I've kind of got, maybe I'll just, what's the right way to do this? I think I have to be, maybe if I bring this closer and then zoom out, no, in, there we go. This is our little like chat scene. So I think where we were the other day, I was getting a little bit freaked out because I was finding it really hard to I guess just rationalize how we should do things, but I feel pretty good about that now. We've talked about it ad nauseum at this point, but getting this whole thing underway is just kind of a little complicated. There's a lot to it, and I think I was just struggling to wrap my head around it. But now I feel pretty good. I would say pretty good about it. So structurally, my kind of principle is that I should just be comfortable building stuff, right? Just build it. And then whatever I build at whatever layer I build it at, I can then wrap that in something that can be packaged and put into something else. That's the idea. So in this case, like I've got this little cutscene. I'm in like sort of appears in the scene. Ignore this little starting bit with the switch. That's just how I started the scene. So ignore everything up until right now. So the scene begins, and we've got this little thing there, and then we've got a bit of an intro. This is kind of, if you've watched the stream for the last 2 years, you'll know what I'm doing here. But yeah, sort of like introducing the concept of end science and them living inside of enemies to the player. And this is something that I should just be comfortable designing, and then being okay with the fact that, like, yeah, that could move. It could be placed somewhere differently. Right now it's a standalone cutscene, but like, that's okay. Like this cutscene, as long as I put it inside of this container, so take this, and put it in here, I can just pick this up with me and take it somewhere else and put it inside of a state that can be played independently or whatever. So that I'm sort of keeping in my mind. And I've already like built this stuff in such a way that they can be triggered by the switches or by some other condition or by being placed inside of the global schedule. So again, that's all good. I also just created a little track type called a Armin static track just today. And I can put things in it called like this Armin hide clip. So what I'm doing in order to like meet my principle, one of the things is that you can't have any static objects referenced inside of these cutscenes. So this cutscene, the idea is it needs to have everything in it that it needs to run. If it depends on anything outside, that needs to be handled with care. So Armin exists in this little cutscene, but I don't know, like I can't reference Armin from inside of it because it's just a prefab. Like there's no, Armin lives in this scene. He doesn't live in the prefabs. So I created this little thing called an Armin static track that essentially allows me just to like I've just got a sprite that looks like Armin and I'm animating it around. And so on screen, it looks like Armin just jumped out of that flame, but really it's just another sprite. And the real Armin in the level is just invisible. So things like that, I'm trying to leverage like that approach of like, don't put the player character inside of a cutscene if that cutscene might move, or is intended to be modular. Don't depend on the player character being in the scene. Stuff like that, you know, that I think is pretty, it's important that that's possible. It also means that I can preview these, right? I can actually play this back and not worry, like inside of the prefab, and not worry about, oh, like there's no binding for Armin here because he's not in a prefab instance. So being able to preview things at any level of, prototype, and then having those things not depend on something that's needs to be provided to them in order to run essentially and be moved. That's really important for modularity. And I think we've got that now, but I need to do a little bit of work on this clip so that when we remove Armin's invisibility modifier, the first thing we need to do is say engine, we're going to have a thing called Armin behavior, Armin engine.Armin. And then we're going to say that, and we're going to say Armin.position equals clip.endMark.resolve.position. Let's get transform endMark equals, that's it. And then Armin.local scale equals okay, so as long as Armin is in the right spot and facing the right direction, I think that gets us where we need to go for that. So let's see if that works. It just means that when we end this little beat here, Armin's going to be standing in the right spot, facing the right direction. So again, ignore the starting point. Yeah. Oh, no. What has happened? Clip. Do we never set the clip? Do we never set end mark? Do we never get a playable? Hey, Unicursal. Have I reached out to press coverage to promote the launch of the Insignia Steam page? No. It's not something that I'm yet in a position where I feel comfortable really marketing Insignia. And I know that's crazy, but there are just... How do I put it? I don't have the resources to generate that interest and maintain it. So, you know, it's like starting a relationship, you know? Like, if I'm not prepared, if you want to meet people, you want to date people, and you go on a date, and on your first date, you have a lot of attention to give them, but then you've got a really busy job, and you won't have the chance to keep that person engaged and part of your life and interested. You're going to find that the relationships are going to wither because you just don't have the resources to maintain the relationship. Like, you're not ready for a relationship because you're too dedicated to work or whatever. And for me, I'm in that place with Insignia right now where it's like, yeah, it's true. It is true. And that's something that I'm probably not doing a great... Like, for me right now, no. It's not they're good questions. I would say, like, the amount of outreach that you're expected to do to make, like, if I was gonna, I don't know who I would even reach out to, but like the research involved in doing that, sending out, you know, dozens of emails, just trying to like create momentum. I have found that is usually quite difficult, especially because like a Steam page being available it's not news. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, big story, this game has a Steam page. If it was like a Kickstarter, 100% yes. If it was like a trailer, maybe. But I actually feel like, for me at least, on my journey, it's been much easier to create, or to have a, what's the word? It's been much easier to do marketing campaigns through social media because it's more about, the traction is easier to validate. So if I wanted to put X amount of hours into some marketing campaign for Insignia's Steam page, I would say something, let's do 10 TikToks, right? Over a month. And I could start by releasing those TikToks or shorts, and I could see how they're going, and I would adjust that as I go. Whereas if I put X amount of hours into traditional media, reaching out to press, I don't know, especially if I have to pay the press to do that. Like, I don't know if that's how that works, but like if it was a sponsored ad, that knowing what return I'm going to get on that is harder. So for me, being so risk averse with my time, using platforms that I know I can kind of like tune and build on top of is actually easier for me as well. If I had someone who was just like on the team who was like a marketing person, I would say like, yeah, let's just be doing all of the energy all the time. It's just I don't personally have the resources to do that, unfortunately. Man, this drink is so light. It's like I'm drinking nothing. Yeah. So it's important. It is important. But actually, the wish lists themselves, to me, right now, are not worth. It's so hard. It's. I find this really hard to justify strategically, because, you know, I'm me, and I only have my experience, and I'm not other people, and I don't have their experience. So for me, it's kind of like this. If Insignia is in a place where I feel like it's just a matter of time before it comes out and everything's great, and I just want to shout from the rooftops how good it is, the point where I'm prepared to do that is the point where I should just be able to talk about the game, release shorts about the game, just put the game in front of people's faces and have them get excited about it. That's easy to do if the game's in a good place. And my emotional capacity to feel that way, and to put like, when I feel like I've solved some of this stuff that I'm working on right now, I feel like I'll have the emotional capacity and the content, the meat to be able to make content about it. Maybe that could be a big fallacy. Like, I don't know. I could just be like making excuses because I'm a perfectionist. I don't really know the answer to that question. But I think ultimately, like, one thing I've had to learn recently about me and about doing this whole thing that is game dev is you kind of, like, you can't really put pressure on yourself to do things that you won't do. If you don't have the time or energy to do something, there's no point arguing with yourself about it. Like, you're just going to make yourself feel bad. So for me, it's all about, like, what would I have to do for this thing to come naturally? I don't want to spend my life doing things that are hard for me in ways that I don't want them to be. Like, if I'm not trying to grow in a certain area, or if, like, you know, like, for example, I think it's possible to market a bad game very well, but I have no interest in ever doing that. And I think it would be my like, ignoring my gut for the sake of generating interest. I don't ever want to have to do that. Like, I just don't want to. When I feel like I'm in a position where I'm asking for people's attention and I don't think what I've made deserves it, that is just so difficult for me that, like, and that's part of my gut that I trust. Like, I trust that. So when it's time. Yeah, but I that's right. But the concern actually it's actually always been about this, right? It's a good question. I think I can simplify what's happening here psychologically. So there's, like, I have this kind of graph that I draw, or even linear, whatever you want to call it. So this line here is like, game is great. Okay. And this is just time. This is quality. And the expectation is that this will happen, you know, sometime before release date, right? That the game is great. There's also, like, I guess this is it's a bit funky because it's actually more like this. So, and this is really game is finished. And this, the angle of this this angle is like quality. So like at the start, you don't know if the game's going to be great and you can't really validate it. You've got a bunch of ideas, right? So it's like, what is this angle? It's like nothing. It's just like the game's not great because there's no game. And there's a certain point where you think, oh, we're past 45 degrees here. Like the game is like, you know, it's going to be great. It's not finished yet. You can't call it great, but like based on what the game is, what I'm playing it, validated. It's definitely good. And you can also do like the derivatives of this. So you can say, well, what's the rate of change over time, right? Like if this is happening, well, maybe it's not great today, but last week it was flat and now it's this. So I can expect this to happen, right? It's going great. It's getting better over time. So I can expect when it comes out, it's going to be here. That's like projection, right? And there's some risk there. You don't know that that's going to happen. And I think that the difference between my game and other like indie games, or at least like story-based games versus mechanics-driven games, is that this thing, if this is easier to validate for systems-driven. Like I mentioned games like Balatro or whatever a lot. If you have a systems-driven game, your loop is very short. Your game loop, you go, okay, I've got cards, I've got my rounds, I've got antes. You could play a version of Balatro, a proper game, and finish a game of Balatro in 3 months of dev, no problem. I think I could do that. And everything on top of that is like gravy. It's like, I know the game's fun. The game's not finished yet, but it's finished when I want it to be finished because it's already fun and it's playable. But a content-driven game, the vertical slices are like movies. And it's like, well, yeah, I made this chapter of game, or I'm working on this chapter or these chapters and like simultaneously. And the thing that you need to validate is like the content workflow. So like, is my ability to churn out a good chapter of my game, is that good? I haven't validated that yet, even 8 years into development. I can look at like, I did a chapter in 2017. I did a chapter in 2018, which was the same chapter. I also did another revamp in 2020, and then I've done another one in 2025. Right, these are all attempts at validating the chapter workflow. And it doesn't matter if this was chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't matter if it was 1, 1, 1, 1. In fact, it was more like 1, 1, 2, 1. But the point is, what I need to validate is my ability to churn out a good chapter. And yes, over time, these have gone up for sure. But there's not that much, when you go into production, you're not really iterating anymore. So whatever flow decisions that I make about how we make the game in 2025, like that's it. Like we're not going to like find new ways of telling story and then back propagate those into like the previous chapters. Once we cross this threshold of like, and now we're asking for players' attention, and now we're asking for publisher funding, and now we're setting release dates. That should only happen when we're past this validation point, where I know that I can tell the exact story we're trying to tell because I've built a version of it that I'm happy with using the tools that I've got and the methods that we've got, that I can set budgets and scopes for all of my animators and my sound team, and that when we're done with that little arc, when we finish that little cycle, we ended up with something good. Not just good, great, right? That meets that standard that I have all the way up here. And right now, I'm not yet there. Like, I'm not ready to cross this threshold yet. I'm so close. But like, even in the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've felt myself like like this week, literally this week, the fact that I can sit down for like 3 days and go, what the hell how do I build this thing that I'm trying to build? What does this need to be? I'm really stuck right now. I don't know how to solve this thing. That can't be happening in like chapter 2, 3, 4, 5 development. There's 5 chapters of the game. So like the story, it's really just like building the production versus like executing it. So like figuring out how we're supposed to do certain things in the game. How do I do this kind of thing where I've got a cutscene that goes into a menu, that goes into another cutscene, that goes into some gameplay, that goes into... If I'm going to try to manage that inside of the game, say I have a cool idea in chapter 3 where there's a minecart sequence, and the start of the minecart sequence has a little tutorial at the beginning, and then midway through there's a cutscene where characters are talking while on the minecarts, and then when you hit a certain point, the characters get flung out of the minecart and they wind up in this next level. I need to be able to make that happen in the game trivially, and if we need to edit it, it needs to be able to be changeable very easily. That's like movie production stuff where it's like, okay, how many units of production, how many cameras do we need? Like you have the first and second unit producers and the coordinators and the scheduling. How do we make sure that the sets are ready? Those kinds of production level like questions. If you have a poor production, you might, for example, like in real movies this happens, they might get a green screen for certain shots, and then they want to re-edit those shots later. And to do the pickups is too hard because the sets have been taken down already or something like that, the virtual sets. Those kinds of things affect quality later because it's like, oh, we'll need to cheat this with VFX in post or whatever. If there's something that you didn't plan for that you need to change that can't be done because your process doesn't allow for that kind of change, that's really, really important. So not getting caught on those kind of snares is for me actually so critical that I'm not prepared to go into like marketing exercises or like get publisher attention. I'm telling you this right now. I'm not kidding. Oh, not quite. There we go. I'm not joking. And I know this might feel crazy that this is happening, but like I have 2 publishers emailing me every 3 weeks saying, can we play your demo now? Can you send it to us now? Is it ready now? That's happening to me, and I'm saying not yet, not soon, because like it's not ready. Like I can't. There are still big problems being solved that if I don't solve them confidently, it's like getting your driver's license. It's like if you can't parallel park, you don't go for your driver's test. Like you need to parallel park. You need to be able to do that. And not being able to parallel park and still passing that test doesn't mean you should be on the road. Like if you actually aren't a confident driver, let's say you can't change lanes because you don't know how to check your blind spot because you get nervous because you find the rear view mirror really challenging to look at, or the side mirrors. If you somehow get your driver's license without being good at that, that doesn't mean that you're safe on the road. That just means that you kind of like fooled the driving instructor into giving you a license. That's kind of how I feel about like marketing and getting publisher attention right now. It's like, I haven't demonstrated that I can parallel park, and there's probably going to be a lot of parallel parking in this production. So like, I don't care if I can trick you into being excited about my game. I care about me being comfortable that my game can handle, my production can handle all the things I'm trying to do with my game. Because then we can, confidently go for the driver's test, i.e. chat with publishers. Then we can say, when they ask how long is this going to take? I'm not just like pulling a number out of my head. I'm going to say, well, we proved that we need this long, and there are no unknowns in that. So I have quite a good certainty that we'll be able to finish chapter 3 in this many months, for example. But those are important questions. It's not a matter of just me feeling good. It's not a matter of me like being, down on myself or, full of myself. It's just like, practically speaking, it would be irresponsible of me to go through those steps. I think so. That's what I think. I genuinely think that. I just feel that way. There you go. I know that was like quite a long-winded answer to your question, but I felt myself getting flustered when you asked it, and I just needed to hear myself say it. Game dev is really hard. It's really, really hard. And there's so much risk. And I'm confident about what low risk looks like. And I just don't want to take on a lot of risk this late. So, what's going on here? This has an issue. End mark. Now, do we have a mark set up in this thing? Let's have a look. It does have an end mark set up. And that should be fine. Let's go look at dialogue clip behavior. Yeah, I mean, this resolve, playable, get blah, blah, blah. That should be what we're doing here in on behavior pause. Pretty sure that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah. So then is clip null? I can't tell you. It is null. I can't tell you what's right for your game because games are so diverse that it's likely that what you need for you and what I need for me are very different things. But I know what's right for me. Whoops. That's why. Emacs? No, I don't use Emacs bindings. Or Vim bindings. So, let's go back to here and see if this is actually happening. Oh, right. That I gave you a GDC talk. Yeah, I mean, oh man, I'm so happy to be wrong about all this stuff. Oh, it said unhiding just there. Like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, you know? It's okay. Really? This on behavior pause? Oh, there he is. It's kind of like, you know, I was chatting to to oh my gosh, Thomas Brush, a couple of months ago on his podcast, and we were talking about this exact same thing, and he was like, just get wish lists early, like just get the wish lists. Like you could have had so many wish lists by now if you just had, had people signing up like 3 years ago. I get that. Really, I do. I just don't think it matters. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so goddamn hard to explain why I have that kind of confidence. I want to do this, and I want to do that. That's perfect. Yeah, it's so hard to explain why I have that kind of confidence. For me, it's something like there's going to come a time for Insignia. This, again, specific to my game, so please don't take this advice. But for me, it's past 5K, yeah? For me, it's like when I'm ready to talk about Insignia, and I see this on YouTube with my own YouTube channel. Virality is a thing that you get when you're consistent. When you can push content out that's good, that people are interested in, it just goes like this. It doesn't even, you don't have to like spend years. It's just like, it goes bump within 6 months. If you have something good that's worth people's attention, you can prove that and see that convert very quickly. If you aren't able to do that, the difference in like, if you're sitting at like the start of that curve for like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, you're just not gonna, it's not gonna add up. Like if I got 20K wish lists over 8 years or 40K in 6 months, the 40K in 6 months to me means a lot more than having 60K. Like I don't care. I don't really care what that number is, the amount of wish lists. I actually don't care about wish lists at all, personally. What I care about is whether people want to talk about Insignia. That's what I care about. Like, is Insignia the kind of game that's getting people talking? So if my game has interest behind it, that's good, because it means that I'm doing something right. Just having some static number of wish lists in and of itself. Like there's a game I was talking to, I don't know if this is like a confidential conversation. I was talking to a prominent YouTuber game developer recently, also from Sydney. And he was talking about another prominent YouTuber game developer, not from Sydney, from America. We were just sharing stories. And one of the stories he told me was that this very popular YouTuber game developer, because I asked about their game. I said, oh, was this, he was telling me a story, and I said, oh, is this so-and-so's game? And he said, yeah, this is their game. He said their game had 100,000 wish lists, and it bombed on release. Like 80 to 100,000 wish lists, and they made very little money on the final game. And to me, that's like a clear, that story tells me not to put all my eggs in the wishlist basket, you know? He's like, yeah, they called me crying. They said they couldn't believe that this had happened. They didn't understand why it happened. So not my friend, not my acquaintance's game, but my acquaintance's acquaintance. I don't like that. I can't be in a position where that's like a likely possibility. Like if I've got like all of these numbers, all these metrics, and the metrics don't translate to actual interest, I'm not checking the right metrics to me. And I think like I just know what I'm looking for me. Like I don't say this very often. I have like complete faith in my ability to tell if my game is good or not. Like I have absolute faith that I know if it's going to meet a standard that's good, because I know my standard is at least as high as like most players. Like if it meets my standard, it's definitely going to meet everybody else's. And the stuff that would go into a trailer when Insignia is meeting all of my standards, that stuff is, to me, I can't see that resulting in a game that doesn't get people's attention. I just know, and not just get people's attention, but like the thing that I get paranoid about is like whether or not I can keep people's attention. Like having a game with flashy animations is like one thing, and I can do that, but it's more like, can I hold your interest for like 5 hours? Like 10 hours into the game, are you like, this game's so good? Or are you like, yeah, it was okay? That's the stuff I actually care about. So I don't know. It's just, I just don't feel like committing energy to marketing a game that I'm not yet fully confident in. And I do think that I will be confident within, like, outside of a year and a half of release. Like, I'll be confident about Insignia 18 months out from release. Most publishers don't even want to talk to you if you're more than 12 months out. So like, even now, although we're 8 years in, I don't think players care about your game if it's more than 2 years away. I don't think publishers care about your game if it's more than 2 years away. And Insignia is more than 2 years away today. Or about, at least, unless we become optimistic. Pessimistically, it's about 2 years away. Which it has. I've been saying that since 2020, so you could take that with a grain of salt as well. All right. So on behavior pause, why is behavior pausing? I think we want to know if, check if the playable director's time is at the end. Is duration really what I want? Let's ask, I think we should ask GPT this one. Oh, I don't care about setting deadlines right now. I mean, I've got internally the pace I want to make, but like if I say 2 years and then it's 3 years, like it doesn't matter to me. Not in that sense. Not in a way that would be valuable in any way. Like, fine. The release date's 2040. Okay, what's changed? My internal expectations haven't changed. What the hell? It's not playing the thing. Well, that worked, but why are you... Get out of there. Wait a second. I go here, I go here, I go here. I turn this off. I go here, I go here. This turns on when I play. And it goes off when I'm there. I save this, I go out of here. I press play. It's off, but it should be off. But the timeline should make it on right now. So why didn't it turn on? Active is set to true. Why is this off? How is this failing? This clip, this track is an activation track. And the thing that it's activating is arm and dummy, which is this thing. How is it possible? How is this true? What? I've never seen that before. How is it possible? How can she slap? I don't understand. It's on. This is active. Why is it inactive if it's active? I've never seen that before. What? That's not possible. No. How? Wait, there's no playable director? Oh, it doesn't have the asset on it. Hang on. Now it does. Wait a second. Hang on a second. Go inside of here. Remove the bindings here. Save that. This is connected to that, so that's correct. The bindings are good. This is still connected to that. Bindings are good. Trigger this. This is on. This is connected. What the hell? I've never seen that before. This is not me. I didn't make this. This is a Unity clip track. Hey Rusty Metal, this is Unity. This is supposed to be rock solid. What the hell? I gotta Google that. Like, this is like, what the hell? Unity timeline activation track not working. I seriously have never seen that before. Preview mode is disabled. What? Preview mode is disabled. How do I disable it? Oh my gosh. Hang on. That's on. That's off. I am dumbfounded. What the hell? I've never seen that before in my life. Bro, what am I missing? I don't understand. Oh, wait, why are there two of these? Wait a second. Whoa, what is this don't destroy on load? Hang on a second. Oh, what are you doing up there? That shouldn't make a difference. This has got nothing to do with that. But I'll delete it anyway, just because. Man, something's gone terribly wrong if that fixes it. Nah. What is going on? Why, bro? Why can't you enable or disable the object? I did, I cut my hair. I've never seen this before. Unless like something is activating it and deactivating it or something, I can't understand. I genuinely have no idea. Like, what is it? Has anyone seen this before? Not working? How I try to activate a different game object. I can do that. Let's do it with this. But the thing is, this was working like a little bit ago, just like a little while ago, this was working just fine. We'll activate and deactivate this pot. Yeah, that worked. The pot was off and then it was on. Dude, I've never seen that before. Why? Why today? I didn't do anything. It's just got a retro animator on it that doesn't turn itself off. Nothing about this is an issue. It's not Retrobox. There's nothing that would turn this off. I have no idea. I have no idea. There's nothing that could be deactivating it. Like, there isn't anything. This was working. Let me try something out. Let me just try something. Unity, go bye-bye. Unity, come back. I'm going to try turning it on and off again. Off and on again. I just refuse to believe that it's my thing, because it was working just fine like an hour ago. It was working just fine on screen. You watched me do it at the start of the stream. It's not even like a thing. It's not even like I didn't change it since it was working. Now this doesn't work. What the heck? Pro, I don't know. That worked. It didn't work. This is nothing. These are just send messages to do with other things in the scene. So they're fine. There's no errors. It just refuses to enable this game object. Let's see what happens if I copy and paste it and make this one enabled, and then just take off this thing. This one. So now it's literally just a game object with a sprite renderer on it, okay? Yeah, turned off. Turned on. So it's fine. come back to this one. Remove this. I mean, we can't remove the animator on it. Okay, well, I guess we have to try removing the animator. But then we have to probably have to take these away or like let them fail. No, didn't do it. What is it about this game object? No, the animator's not changing. The animator's not doing anything to do with that. There's nothing about this that sets a game object to be active or inactive. I mean, what if we just put this behind? Let's see if that does anything. The thing is, it shouldn't matter about the prefab. The prefab's got nothing to do with it. You see, look at this. Look, I click this and it's active. That's it right there. It knows. So if I'm here and I click this and I play this back, see how it's doing it right now? That's it. This big green splotch and almond rolling out, that's it being active. If I bring this here, it still works. And look, it's enabling, disabling, enabling, disabling, enabling, disabling. It's fine. Watching it, watching it, watching it. It never enables. So what am I doing wrong? Is it this preview mode? It still knows what to do with the preview mode turned off. Nothing. The bindings on the inspector are correct. This is that. This is the director. That's the dummy. That's for activation track 1. Which is this one here. I suppose so. We can even do it on the animator. Oh, I hate this kind of stuff. Whoops. It's inside some other class? What am I doing here? Right. What? Wait, what? I am an idiot. I am an idiot. I am an idiot. What is this? I didn't write this. Copilot wrote that when I wasn't looking. I got sniped. It snuck a little extra script in there. No, I mean, I have no reason for that code to be there. I didn't. I was just tabbing too liberally somewhere else and it would have just gone, whoop. Little jerk. Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh. I got clanked. Okay. So now... Amen, 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 amen. Unhiding amen. Did that happen? Let's log the time when this happens. Debug.log playable.getTime. Okay, it does get called again at 9.11, at 9:11. So now the question is, get out of here. When we look at this, when is this supposed to end? That's that point there, 9:11. So let's check both of these two. I think duration is definitely not right. It's not the duration of the clip, it's the end time of the clip, right? Oh no, it is 9:11. Okay. Whoa. Hey, Kikoa, thank you so much. So this should then do it. It does. Wait, and here he is. Oh, it worked. Wait, what? I hate when that happens. Like, I'm so busy looking at the debug condition that I can't tell that the actual output was what I wanted it to be. Yeah, great. Okay, sick. Sure, that works. All right. Now, the only thing is, in this shot, Armin is facing right, but actually he needs to be facing left, because he's facing the opposite way from when... Well, I don't friggin' know, actually. I'm actually so confused. This spline sees Armin facing left at the end of it, which means for the spline to be doing what it's supposed to do, the Armin.dummy needs to be facing -1. Because that's the way we want Armin to be facing at the end. But the sprite of Armin dummy is not facing backwards, even though this is -1. That's confusing me. Is that because this whole big thing is -1? It is. Okay. So if this was a forward-facing level, if we had to go this way first, we'd want him to face that way. So actually, we do want this to be at 1. But he's in Armin idle. So why is he facing... Well, he's facing the wrong way because that's forward now. Yeah. He's facing the correct way. So, in actual fact, what I want is the lossy scale. I think that's okay to do it that way. Nice. Okay, good. Let's commit everything I just did. I'm starting to hate this keyboard, if I can say that. I don't know if you guys feel this way, but literally, even with low profile keys, I don't understand how people enjoy them. For me, when I'm typing on the keyboard, not that it's this wedged, but this is for dramatization. Okay. The degree to which my fingers have to go down onto the keys with mechanical keys, because they're so like raised, I feel like I have to come at them at such a vertical angle to avoid clipping these ones either side, these keys. And when I click, I hit the other keys so often. So the only way for me to like when I'm using a chiclet keyboard, you need more force to push these neighboring keys, and they're much closer to the actual board itself. So like a laptop keyboard for me, it's like you never make that mistake because you're not going to bump it on the way down because there's nowhere to go. Whereas here, the higher the travel of the keys, the more likely it is that your angle of attack of your finger, if you're going this way at the key, you're going to hit this on the way down. but I'm trying to have my arms relaxed. So like, that's where my palm, if my palm's resting here, like that's what's gonna happen, right? This finger's going that way. It's not going down this way. And if I'm really relaxed, this finger is like here. So going down here, I'm gonna bump this on the way down. How do you guys avoid that? Am I just like lazy? Have my fingers become lazy because I'm so used to laptop keyboards? Like, that's why I keep looking for like clicky keys, because I really want this feeling of going beyond this point to be more, I want there to be more pressure that I have to put in before this even happens. Yeah, that's what I've got, Rufy. I've got a low profile keyboard. Like most chiclet keys, a keycap that's like this, like a proper key, like a mechanical keyboard keycap, these ones are very easy to press. But the keyboard, the chiclet keys are like this, and they're much harder to press. It's harder to press this key because the actuation point, it requires a lot more force to get from nothing to the point where it bottoms out. And the travel is nothing. Whereas these will start going down with like essentially very little force, you know, maybe like 40, I don't know what it is, grams or whatever it is of force. Even if you get heavy ones, like I want the feeling of a chiclet keyboard. That's what I want. It's so annoying. I feel like I have to hold, when I'm typing, I feel like what I have to do to avoid mistakes is have my hand up here, hovering over the keyboard, and I'm typing down. Onto the keys. I feel like my wrist, if I was to get a wrist rest, it would need to be like larger than my keyboard. I don't have a wrist rest, but I feel like I need one. I hate this feeling. I hate it. I never had to do this with my chiclet keyboard. And it's not to do with anything except just the fact that the keys are so easy to hit. I really feel like I have to sit over them to avoid mistakes. I think also because I'm used to touching the key down. I got a Newfie low profile keyboard, a 75 key. I feel like with the chiclet keyboard keys, I'm actually also like I'm sort of pushing with the tip of my finger, like just down here. Like I'm only just sort of striking them. I'm not like using the whole pad. I'm certainly not using my finger like this. I'm just sort of like resting it on it and just using some downward force. I think that's what's getting me here. Is I'm used to just doing that. Just like da, 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 da. But now I have to go like this. And even then, you can see my fingers don't want to, you know, the angle, if I start here, where I end up is like further towards that way. You know, there's like a radius there. Whereas if you're already here, that's not that much of a distance. Anyway, I know it's very dramatic. It's just really annoying. It's so annoying. I'm making so many more mistakes. I don't understand why anything except chiclet exists. It should just be chiclet, and all of the switches should be chiclet switches forever. Like, if it was up to me, I would just Thanos twice. I would double snap all of the keyboards that didn't have chiclet switches in the whole world. I would delete 50% and the other 50%. All right. So everything's working right now, which is good. There is something else here that I'm kind of missing, but I think I'll just get over it. I'll be right. Okay. So then this thing here, this almond dummy, it needs to just be placed where I need things to go at the end, I suppose. And then when I'm using the spline, is this an issue? Nah, a couple pixels. Cool. All right, no more chatting. Let's get into it. So let's go back to this. I didn't really get what I wanted. I feel like all of what I've animated so far is like not really what I intentionally designed, but it's not a big deal. It's just I got something, which is all I need for now. So the teleport in, let's make it so that this happened not by the switch, because that switch is just there for debugging. Let's make it happen when there'll be, I guess, a signal that comes in. Maybe an event. Just on scene enter. So I think I just have to hard code that. This is just free in the scene, but currently I have a crucible somewhere, Crucible Forge, which has the teleport platform linked on it. Or not. Or is it the anvil? Sorry. Oh man. Where are you? Okay. So we're loading in from the link data. And scene link handler is what we're looking for. From teleporter, which is on the climb forge. Okay, whatever. Not very nice. Okay. So right now that's just got an animation state for Armin, but I'm going to replace that with a sequence player. Before I do that, and before I forget, This does not have any condition required to play. We're going to get rid of this animation state, and we're going to say sequence instance has a sequence player. Wait, player is get component sequence player, just like that. So why don't we just put the sequence player in there? But I want the sequence instance to play from player. Hang on. Do I have a thing that lets us do that? I guess not, in which case we'll just say intro sequence and then begin from state. Begin from state. What is all this? This comes from overrides the schedule. Oh gosh. Hey, best dev coder. How's it going? What is this? Teleporter gets called from where? Schedule. Enter. Teleporter enter. This is teleporter state, but what's calling teleporter state.enter? Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Don't worry about this. In fact, all of this. Animation finished. Don't care about that. Okay. So what we're going to do is say forward start unlock sequence, set quest flag. Okay, we're going to say working on Insignia, my main project. Intro sequence dot player dot get state. Oh, schedule sequence. Just like that. And then I don't even need any of this teleport state stuff. I'm never generating one, but I'm going to leave it for now. Well, maybe I am using it. Let's have a look. What's the goal of my game? To finish the game? I think I might have made a mistake here, but it's okay. I'm going to remove this teleporter. It's just going to go. Oh man, what's even the point of this then? We don't need this. 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 We don't need any of this code. That doesn't feel right. I feel like I deleted a lot of stuff just now. Let's come back here. And then this is a I'm going to remove that. This is a teleporter, but the teleporter is no longer a... Oh man, I might be getting myself in trouble here. So this state, this thing where Armin teleports away, it is important that we have that somewhere. But I guess I'll just make that a sequence. Pals, my legs are hurting me so much. I'm not comfortable right now. I need to stretch. Oh, maybe I'll take a break and I'll come back in about 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Okay. Stretches. Good for you. Good to stretch. So, let's keep going. Pardon me, pardon me. And what's going on with you today, hair? It's getting better. It's starting to behave more nicely. Like that's starting to look pretty good. I'm combing it all the time and it's starting to behave again. Okay, so this they use stretches were never redeemable. Push-ups maybe. Stretches never. There might be a future where we get a treadmill. And we do like 5 minutes on the treadmill with like a standing desk sort of situation. I don't know. Or like a walking pad or something. There's something there. But it can't, the problem is that like a lot of the time, like I distract myself enough as it is. Push-ups are a big distraction, you know? It's not really the time or place. I'm trying to get work done. All right. So I think sequence instances oh, and I'm not sure how I would do this. So this is this here, crucible sequence, right? In this room is a teleporter. Yes. Yes. So the anvil interest has a teleporter. The teleporter has a reference to our what is happening here? Teleporter schedule sequence. This is teleporting in. Oh, this just knows on its own. Okay, sure. But the link is the scene link attached to this teleporter. But hang on a second. Intro sequence is part of teleporter. Oh, but it needs to be public so we can attach it. And then but then sequence instance there is something here that I want to do where I want to have a special kind of object whose job it is to just package up this thing into a state to queue it up. I'm okay with calling that a schedule state behavior. What does that involve? Enter, get state, exit. I'm okay with that. It might be nicer if we had well, we need a mono behavior to do that, and this is the lowest form of mono behavior that we've got, and it's designed to be a wrapper container instance for this thing. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. So these three things, if I go back to teleporter, this sequence instance, it's fine. But instead of schedule sequence, it's intro sequence dot get Schedule. Get state. Okay, global schedule dot NQ. And then this is this. Okay. Hey. Eunice. That's me. You can just call me Adam, though. So, this... There's an issue here. I guess we're kind of playing pass along here. What is .cs? C#. There's a bit of an issue here because we're trying to pass along, not C++, C#. We're trying to get a state and we're passing it along as a bunch of things. I don't think we actually need this to be a state manager, but we need something to be. So actually, it's kind of annoying. Oh, that's really annoying. All right, maybe we'll just sort of fudge this a little bit. No, that's no good. Sequence state. Did I call that schedule state? It doesn't really matter. So it's this, and then this. Oh. Setup. I don't need to override those, do I? If I use schedule state container as the thing, and then go to here and then take these away. We need to, instead of get state, it's what does setup require? Requires a schedule state. This isn't working. It doesn't want to do this. But when we're looking at these timelines, so like this one, I might not have a choice. So here, this requires a state wrapper, which is of type what? Schedule clip behavior. No, I was wrong. What am I looking at? Wait, the behavior is a schedule clip behavior, but the wrapper is the thing that we care about. Which is a state wrapper, which is a schedule state behavior. Okay, so this is a schedule state behavior, and then we implement the abstract class, and that puts us right back where we were. So when we get the state, we're going to say player.get state from sequence. We're going to return that. Something's going to call enter. And this essentially will do nothing. Except maybe that. No. Well, this calls the state to enter. Okay. So we need to... I think I know what's happening here. Ah, that's what we do. However, yes. Okay, so now we do state.enter there, and then we say state.on_exit dot add listener. Yes, please. Exit. And then we say on exit.invoke. Can we play the demo? Hey, Taniichi. There is a demo you can play. You probably want to play it on the alpha, which you can go to itch.io and put in that password, and you can play a version of chapter 1 right now. I'll be updating that demo in a couple of weeks with what I'm working on right now. So it'll have a bunch of new features, including a map, and a teleport system. I think that will work. But yeah, you can play it. So what's happening here? Get facing vector or navigation clip behavior. That doesn't really matter. This anvil now is going to have an intro and an outro sequence. Sorry, the teleporter has these sequences. The teleporter is where? It's here on the anvil. Okay. Which means that this spawn anchor also doesn't exist. Okay. Sure. All right. Well, then we need 2 sequence instances. And I suppose I haven't made them yet. But I know this works now. So the idea is that the teleporter enqueues to the global schedule the intro sequence .getState. Yes. And what about teleporting out? Well, that should be the job of the... I mean, we could pass it down even further. For now, let's leave it as it is. Sorry, logistics, but we're getting there. So now the anvil is the thing that controls the intro and the outro, the in and the out, or at least the out. The in is the teleport receiver, but that can also be an anvil as well. It doesn't really matter. So wait, if we go back over to here, let's just check for a second. I want to keep things logical and near each other. This intro bit is sitting on the teleport platform right now, and this is the intro sequence. What does it think is wrong? Arm and hide clip behavior.process frame. Shush you. Okay. The beam me up Scotty is happening. I'm just setting up some stuff to make it happen better. Okay. So the question is, should this sequence be on a teleporter or not? And I think the answer is it can be. It depends on whether a teleporter needs to have one of these in it. So are you... yeah. Because when we teleport back, we're going to need to teleport in from somewhere. So right now, I've got this thing here, this platform, this thing here. That's a thing that you can teleport to, right? But if the teleporting to can only happen on one of those, then I either need to bring one of those in here, like right there, underneath the anvil, or the anvil has to be a thing that can do the same thing. And I'm okay with it. Either way, it's just a question of whether I want it to be like explicitly forced or not. I don't want to bring in an invisible one. I don't want to have to do that. So the alternative would be, I think the anvil should be the thing that owns it. So when I go over here, this platform probably should be owned by an anvil or a crucible. It should come in a package deal with one. There is an anvil right here. And this anvil is not technically the same kind of anvil as the other one. But it does have a teleporter on it. So calling it an anvil or a teleporter, no big deal, as long as it's a thing that is a thing. And this has a crucible teleport platform, which is this thing as a reference. So all we're really proposing here is whether or not we should take this and put it inside the teleporter. I think yes, even if that makes the level design quite awkward. Or otherwise we have to supply, what's the alternative? The alternative is that this intro sequence needs to be handled some other way. It's not explicit here, which is not good, actually. It probably should be explicit. If it is explicit, then this cutscene needs to move. You know what? A sequence instance is good enough for me, I think. And a transform. I think that is good enough. What that means is that actually this teleporter doesn't have a job anymore. I mean, and it doesn't here anyway. So this thing isn't responsible for playing itself. The teleporter is responsible for playing it, and it's already doing that. Okay. All right. I'm just silly. So when I'm over here looking at the teleporter, here, this needs this sequence instance from this as the intro sequence, just like that. Okay. Those things, it's a bit awkward that they belong to each other, but they're not next to each other. They aren't the same game object, but they're pretty close. For now, we'll just let it be. Okay. So then back to the teleporter. What this is missing is an equivalent that's an out teleport animation, which is what we have to build right now. And that's going to live on this teleporter prefab. If I go to Climb Forge and I go to teleporter, that is, right now it's nothing, but it needs to be the anvil. So what is the anvil doing? It's this. Okay. What the hell did I just do? What is... What is this? I just deleted this prefab. It keeps recreating itself. What? Unity? Hello? I don't know what's happening. I'm trying. Okay. So this thing is our anvil. And it's an interest interactable. Oh man. I don't like that. I can't get rid of it though. Okay. Well, in any case, let's make an empty game object and call it teleporter. I'm just going to stick to this modular idea. So the teleporter is these two things. This goes on there, this goes on there, this goes in here, this goes nowhere. Okay. Do I need this? I don't want it right now to be here. Definitely shouldn't be here. That's way better. That should just do what it's trying to do. I'm trying to get better at this engineering, like being more disciplined about writing smaller code. It's really, really important, especially if you want things to be able to be shuffled around, but I'm so bad at it. Because I always have, a scenario in mind, so I keep adding all of the things I need in the scenario into the script because they're just right there, right? So this has a teleporter. If I go into Climb Forge, this needs this. Get rid of this, delete that, boom, boom. Now that goes there, save that, back out, save it. This teleporter now needs a reference to the intro sequence. This is this, and then this, which is inside of this teleport platform. Well, it is just that. So that will work. Now we need the teleporter outro sequence. Back over here, which we're going to put on the teleporter prefab. Oh man, I hope that other people's game dev is easier than mine. So now we need to put our teleport out sequence. This is a sequence instance, sequence player, playable director, Boom, boom, boom. And we need to create the sequence. So this thing here is now ability unlock. Looks like I've already got something here. What is this? Let's have a look. No, I don't think that is teleporting away. I think we just want to make this much simpler. It's there, you know, when you start doing things right, other things become easier. So like this thing here, the point of this thing, I used to have this thing where it's like, oh yeah, this is specific to like ability unlocking. And maybe it should be, but I don't know if that's the case. I think this is the teleport away cutscene. Elzac was kind of right about this just needing to be like a bunch of timelines nested. So I'm going to make a simpler one and call it oh, I see. I do need two of them. All right. Anyway. Okay. Event sequence, crucible, teleport away, sequence, default. And a new timeline will do there just fine. Save that. Allow retriggering. I don't know why that happens, but I need to replug this in because I just do. Okay, wait for timeline to end, please. All right, so this goes here. This goes here. Validate timeline data, save that there. There's our timeline. It doesn't have one. It does have one. Why isn't it working? Oh, hang on a second. No, that's the director. This needs that, which has this. Now we go. There we go. Cool. So we need I'm going to do the same thing I did before. So we're going to place a dummy version of Armin in this. Whoa. Hang on a sec. Okay. Sprite renderer. Hot reload does help me a lot. I like it. And he's going to be on the character layer at character 1. This is a retro box, retro animator. Retro box track is there, and then we're going to add a retro clip of Armin Anvil teleport. Start, I'm assuming. What is in that? Great, that'll do me for now. And that's all we need right this second. Just pop this a bit higher up. and that's supposed to do that, but it's not. Frame rate, sure, looping off, pull that back, doing nothing, that's great. That's because I didn't give this the sprite renderer. Let's jump back, there we go. So it goes up, disappears, great. Now, the goal here is that I should be able to just drag this little sequence instance into this outro point, and then that into there. Now, probably don't want that spawn anchor there actually. And then all the way back over here during this Discover Crucible cutscene, there's a point where we want Armin to levitate Armin and teleport away. We now have a module that does that. That module lives inside of the Anvil teleporter here, Crucible teleport away sequence, and I can drag that into there now. And the game knows how to do that. Now, I don't think I want to enqueue this onto the global schedule. I think I want it to play outright. Because it's going to pause the game here. Now, at some point then, this needs to actually do a reset. So the teleporter there is no moment of teleportation. Have I hard-coded it inside of this? Nope. Okay. How have I done it? How did I do this? Oh, it's got a link data, doesn't it? Get scene link. Okay. I don't know how that's supposed to work. Well, we'll find out if it does or not. So let's just see how all of this is how this is all gonna work. Hang on. What do we get? Object reference not set to instance of object. That's because you are not supposed to be alive. It's certainly not playing. You're supposed to be disabled. Actually, also, we need to create an Armin static track. We're going to hide Armin. And this needs an activation track too. Where the first frame is inactive, just for one tiny frame, just because Unity's dumb like that. Okay, press play. And I made a mistake. And I made a mistake again. Why has Armin disappeared? Might have to do a quick cheeky asset database refresh. Whoa, what's going on here? Yeah, we've made a mistake because we aren't spawning in at all. How do I force an asset database refresh? Oh no, our timer is not set up correctly. hang on. It's 4:22. I think I started at almost 2 o'clock. So this should be like 2:20. There you go. All right. Okay. Why does it think this? Teleporting in. If engine.spawn link data. But engine.spawn link data should be clear. I think. What the heck? What? How is that possible? If the engine is awake... Hang on a second. Yeah, if this is happening, then this is nothing. This is empty. Unless the actual one is also default. The scene link. Did I not do that correctly? There's the scene link. It might be that I have to do a bit of saving some stuff. What is happening, man? I need to check this now. I need to fix this now. Teleporting in. Debug.log. Engine.spawn link data. Link.get connected data. What are we getting here? Oh, they're both null. Okay. So it's literally that this hasn't correctly loaded. I should do like a default check as well. So like link.get connected data is not default end. This is link data, right? Something like that. And that won't. Yeah, there we go. But Armin is like disappeared all the time now. Except he's not, so it's happening on play. Because his shader has a thing on it that makes him not visible. We can see what they are. Arm and hide clip. So the clip is actually getting like run somehow. Which is the teleporter clip. You. I think just because it's starting up, so we need to do a check here. No. I think that's what I want. Still no good. What the heck? Whoa, it's really going. Okay. Oh, is this play on awake? Am I crazy? I'm silly. Hang on. Your playable director is showing, buddy. Silly me. And we're good. Okay. Good, good, good. Nope. Okay, we had some errors. What happened here? So enter got called off of sequence instance. And we didn't have... So I guess I assumed that get state would get called before enter. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, but maybe we made a mistake. So let's have a look. If we go back to here, not here, here, this is the clip that we're looking for. So the schedule clip behavior sets up schedule. It's not set to enqueue, which means it's set to set up schedule. I'll call this setup schedule to play inline. This is enqueue schedule to global. Okay. This part here it's not right. It needs to be like state equals wrapper.getState. That forces the setup to happen. But also this wrapper.enter, that's not right either. Yeah, nah. It needs to be more like that, and then that. I am starting to get better at typing on this keyboard. When I'm typing quickly, it feels good to not make mistakes. It's like playing an instrument. Like I'm trying to get into the groove of this keyboard. No, we failed. Okay. Failed again. And why is that? State.enter, really? Wait a second, this didn't compile. That's why. One more time. Whew. We're getting there, getting there, getting there. It will work, I promise. Damn it. We got closer now. Legacy sequence features. Oh, geez. That's because there are no sequence. Current event is null because there are no events in the event. So I'm just gonna go. Oh man, we're really close now. So begin sequence. That's really hard actually. If this is null, like I don't know what's supposed to happen. What does an empty sequence do? So basically, I made one of these and there's nothing in it. There's some animation in it, but it's animation that's not actually... This is an issue with me. I didn't define any... I made it so that these things can have timelines. Whoa, and this one doesn't seem to have one. That's annoying. I keep pressing save and it keeps not working. I have to fix that. Yeah, basically this thing here, it needs to have something in it. So I guess I'll just say like, whoa. And then go back to here, go here, import this, and then he can just say it, and then we'll move on. So many little things. So many tiny little things. You know? And if we're doing it right, like these things should be trivial, but they're not trivial until I put a lot of work in. Hey! Awesome. Okay, but now we need the fadeaway. So I think what we're going to do is on the teleporter, we have two sequence instances. And I think what I want to do is for the intro sequence, I guess I want a function here. Just have a function called teleport, and then it's like game system dot load scene. How was I literally doing this before? I actually have no idea how I did it. Like I don't remember. I don't know. The teleporter never had a teleport feature, unless it did and I committed it away. There it is. Oh no, that's what I've got now. Here it is. This connected scene path is what I'm missing. Okay. So, when we queue up this, we are going to say state schedule dot state teleport state equals intro sequence dot get state. And in fact, we're going to grab this and define it here. And we're going to say teleport state equals this. In fact, no, we don't need to do that. We can just put it here. But then we're going to say teleport state dot on exit dot add listener teleport. Now, why can't I do that? It needs a state. Oh my gosh. Okay, if doesn't really matter. That's it. So when that little bit finishes, he's going to teleport. Or not. You look wealthy. Okay. Thank you. I look wealthy. Is that a translation issue? What does that mean, wealthy? I just look like I'm clean. Like I don't fraternize with the masses. The proles. The plebs. Like that. Okay. We're watching Love at First Sight. Is that what it's called? The UK version. And there's this one couple, and they're both pretty posh. This is the UK version of this show. And they talk like this, like, oh, yeah, I'm like really into you. Like Keira Knightley. Yeah, that's really valid. And yeah. Just going to boogie away. Cool. So it didn't work. That's great. Does this, I mean, we could pull this away a little bit. I would hate to have to do that. Wait a second. No. This just has to happen outside of that. Yeah. One of the guys, in fact, the guy who is posh, who I think is posh, he's a manager for an esports team that plays League of Legends. Is my timeline tab looking somewhat different? I mean, it's probably got a bunch of custom tracks in there that are mine. Okay. Something happened. We got out of there. But we didn't do the teleport. That's because the schedule clip behavior, does it call exit? So we set it up. It does call exit. Okay. The teleporter is listening to this. Teleport state.onExit.add listener. So let's debug.log teleporting via teleporter and see if that does its thing. Okay, looking for it. Now, we never got it here. We never got it. Which means this isn't getting called, which means this isn't getting called. Oh, hang on. That's if we're teleporting in. No. That's not right. Hello, keyboard? Hello? New keyboard? Okay. Weird. It's actually not this. It's actually on the outro sequence. Ah. That is annoying. Because this discover crucible sequence. That's very annoying. What is happening here? Navigation click behavior, get facing vector. Anyway, ignore that. So, this is this, which is the sequence instance on the teleporter. So then on start, we have to bind outro sequence dot something on enter, even if that's a thing, dot add listener teleport, or like on it, outro sequence dot on exit. And what does this do? It's just a Unity event. So when this is like whenever our outro sequence finishes doing whatever it's doing, and this on exit happens. I mean, I hope that this sequence instance has an on exit that it calls dot invoke. It does. Okay, well, I can trust that. That's fine. It's just a bit distant from where we were. But man, my game's complicated. It's just so much glue for so little meat. You know, when you make meat and you use glue, so much fat and so little meat. Ah, yes, fat, the glue of meat. Cool. It works. Okay. So actually, what I want to do is that actually worked. That was amazing. On the teleport away clip, I actually want this to not hide on finish. So I need a Boolean here. There we go. So this hide clip is not visible after, which means we can go back out here now and then go back to the other timeline, because now the default is off. I feel like the default should be true. I don't know what's going to happen there. Like, this, does that automatically do what I needed to do? This, I got to recompile. Okay. Oh, cool. That's good then. That I need to that I hadn't recompiled, because it will auto now assign this to. Damn it! It needed to be true. Okay. All right. Cool. So now we should be able to just have that mostly work, I think. Nice. Except I wanted a cutscene to start playing right now. Was there any issues with it? I don't think so. So let's go over here and see if the teleporter works. Okay. What? There you are. So this teleporter has an out and an in. And that's all really good. I mean, that's great. Oh, that's great, this guy. How far am I in the game? Like development-wise, or just like where does this take place in the story? This takes place in the first chapter. This is about an hour into the game, maybe less, 45 minutes. Getting errors? No. Okay, so this didn't happen. Which means this is wrong. Davy Jones says, "Hi Adam, I know you were debating some fundamentals level design reworks a few weeks ago. Did those happen?" I haven't gotten to them yet, but yeah, I mean, I definitely started breaking up the levels. The environment art stuff I haven't, but like the level design remapping, yes. Okay, so this is the thing here. The spawn link data isn't getting set. Okay. So this needs to happen at the bottom. There it is, right there. I didn't do that. It's right here. That's what I was missing. And then when that's right, I can commit this. I really need a skippable. I can't skip cutscenes. This is the problem. Like, if I tried to skip this cutscene to the end, we'd miss the invoke. Like, you wouldn't be able to do this bit with the teleport away because it's not part of the cutscene. Oh shit. Oh, it's so cool. Wow. That was so cool. Seeing it happen properly is just, that was just really cool. Wow. So I must have not, there's something that I did wrong here. On this. Where are we? At the end of this, visible after. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that should work. Unless there's an instance value that's different from the somehow different. I don't think that's possible. The clean background? I'm not sure what you mean by clean background. All the stuff is still there. It's just spread out over 3 levels now. I will show you again because I have to test it more. But let me have a look to see what's gone wrong here, because it didn't reveal Armin after this. So this here, that's visible after, and that's true. And then this should be like debug.log visible after plus. Oh, what the hell? No, that's right. Here. That's coming later, that part. That happens like at the end of this level. So we still have all the fire and the big shiny diamond thing. It's just the lore has shifted a little bit so that this can happen here. Okay, so Armin's gonna get teleported away in a second. We're missing all the VFX here, but that's okay. He goes up, gets teleported away. There'll be a green flash of fire around him. And then we're here, there's no Armin. Where is he? And then this happens. Nice. Awesome. Now, it's not gonna, like, everything you've just seen is total prototype. Even this thing, I've decided this isn't what that's gonna do. What I think is gonna happen is he's gonna get spat out and roll backwards until he slams into the back wall and go like, oh, because it's too cool right now. Don't you think? Like the first time he does it, he should screw it up. The second time he does it, it should be like cooler. Because he doesn't know what's happening. He should be like, you know? It's the same visual effect. I just need to have him roll and then go all the way and then slam into a thing. I just don't have like a slam animation or a rubbing his head animation or any of that. So we just need to do that later. But right now it looks cool. It does exactly what it needs to do. What is that? My keyboard has it got Bluetooth issues? Oh, that's so weird. I think I'm gonna keep it plugged in. It lost Bluetooth connectivity. Oh. All right. Yeah, Me too. I think because there's so much incentive for the keyboards to save battery power, like it's so important that they conserve battery, especially when they've got like RGB and stuff on them, that they turn off into like a silent mode, like a sleep mode. Hey Warner, how's it going? Is that actually like a piece of gray hair, or am I? No, just the light. Okay. I thought I had like a chunk of gray for a second. Enough. Stop talking about it, Adam. Okay, we don't need this anymore. We don't need this. This was so clean. Everything that's just happened. I'm very, very happy with it. Like literally, I want to say a week ago, I was pulling my hair out in anxiety, thinking about how I was going to pull off that transition because the game just couldn't support it. The amount of like, even me just saying just now, like, oh, next time he'll do this and the other time he'll do that. Like Insignia couldn't do that before. The logistics of having there be different kinds of cutscenes or like different breakpoints in cutscenes that could divert into other things conditionally, or like sub cutscenes. I now have sub cutscenes in the game. Like I have things that can happen that abstractly when I'm building out it's exactly what I wanted. It's really, really good. Such a relief. There's still a lot of work to do, but like I'm desperately trying to get to the point where I have more I can just think about being the game's director. That's the thing. I'm just trying to be the director. So like this thing here, it's like this is what I would call in engineering terms, this is a stub, right? This is like, oh yeah, and then Armin like levitates away, right? Like I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know what's going to happen. But the point is, I don't need to know what's going to happen inside of this cutscene, because this blue bit, that represents the other thing. You know, like this represents something, and then something cool happens. Levitate Armin and teleport away, and it's going to work. And I don't need to worry about how this thing here needs to change in order to support this thing. That is the golden scenario. That's like actual functional modularity, is when I can build this part here without even caring whatsoever what happens in this part here. It's like such a relief to not have to worry about that. To just be able to like think about one thing at a time and not fear the knock-on effect of the changes that might need to happen downstream. It's the difference between being able to make this game and not being able to make this game, for me. It's straight up being able to, I've just crossed the line. We just hit the derivative, and now it's going to get easier, hopefully. Assuming I don't forget how all of this works. That's the only other thing. Like it now works, but now it needs to be so simple to make it work this way that even Luca could do it. Then we're on the path back towards release, back towards like production. So yeah, it's good. All right. Is it so modular now that you could just drop it into your next 2D project? The technique of the global schedule and my timeline scheduling tracks, yes. The technique that the classes, the base classes that build up the global schedule system are easy. And not just 2D. Any project I do in the future, I'll use this design pattern. But it's actually not that, it's like not even 100 lines of code, the pattern. The pattern is just turn things into states, you know, that's basically it. And then have those states go into a queue that's a nested hierarchy. That's it. But the tools around them that make them usable, they're good. And just how I'm using it is what's important too. Like the fact that I'm actually building it into what I'm doing here. So yeah, not having to care about like what happens inside of this, just knowing that it's going to play is great. And I can even queue it up to play after. So I can say, we'll trigger this, but then like do it later after we're finished with this part. So that's pretty cool too. Also like this description thing, like being able to hover this and going, oh, okay, that's what's going to happen there. And I don't need to worry about it anymore. Like this part here, this is an annotation. Technically, this annotation will go like here. So like when I'm building cutscenes, I'm just going to have this pink track at the top. If you look at it, it's like this, right? Ensign appears, ensign bursts, armor prepares to strike anvil, armor's lifted. We could do another one or whatever. Armor's lifted in the air and teleports out of the level. Okay, that's what I do. I plot it out, what I want to happen, and then I populate it with stubs like this. Like in the ideal flow, there will be like 3 or 4 of these, one for every one of these, unless it's indivisible. And this happens to be indivisible. This is all just one big thing that happens, and that's okay. It is complicated, but it's fine because it's just a sequence of Armin running away and the things shining and all that stuff. But this part, which I could, and the point is that I could reuse this part of Armin teleporting away. It's not, Armin teleporting away is not owned by this cutscene. It's just a thing that happens in this cutscene, but it's owned by the teleporter. That's what's valuable. So the next thing I'm going to do is commit it. What did I do? Let's see if I can grab. It's too many things in that commit, but like, this is just video games. Push. Hey Arya, how's it going? Yeah, I spent too much money on this keyboard too recently, Swizz. This is my new keyboard. I'm definitely not getting a Logitech one. This is what I'm rocking, and I'm happy about it. It's just, I just had a bit of Bluetooth funniness. I don't know what that was. It's happened a little bit. There might be too many radio signals. It's a Newfie 75 key low profile keyboard. This is technically called I think it's the Newfie Air 75. That's what I got. Yeah, Newfie. That's what I got. Could be Nuffy. I'm pretty sure it's Newfie. I could be wrong. Okay. Oh man, I feel so good. So the next thing I want to do is add a feature for me to double click this to go to the thing. So this is on the clip for a schedule. It might be on the editor. How would I add double click functionality on this clip? Custom editor. Okay. All right. Oh, I do have one. Cool. I'm using GPT 4.1 at the moment. Is there no native Are visual novels hard to make? No, they're probably the easiest. They're probably the most straightforward kind of game to make. All right, well, I'm just going to grab what you tell me to grab and I'll do it. Wait, really? Bro, you don't know what you're doing. Is there even an on-clip GUI? Is that even a thing? You're just hallucinating? It literally is it? Unity custom timeline clip editor. Please. Maybe if I go to clip editor. Wait. How do I, if it doesn't inherit from anything, how does it know? I don't think I can do an on-click. Unity engine custom clip editor on click. Is it even on click? Custom inspector editor for timeline clips. I don't think there is a way. It gave up. Okay. All right. Screw you. But you can do it in Unity. I mean, like Unity has an on-click for these because you can do it for like animation clips and stuff like that. You could definitely click. You could definitely double click on like that. If I can click that, what just happened? Animation playable. Okay, so this is editor. Control track, custom editors, clip editor. Oh man, I got no idea. I'm not very good at parsing this stuff. Clip. There's nothing of type clip. Control track. Animation, that's what I want. Animation, clip, extensions. When I look at their code, it makes me feel less bad about mine being like too dense. It's like, holy moly. Clip actions. Ugh. But this is inside editor. So where is the clip editor? Animation clip editor is what I want. Or inspector. Not inspector, editor. I don't think there is one. That's animation clip. Animation playable asset. Editor. That's what I want. Okay. Click draw options on create, get error text. Damn it. What? So how do they do it? How do they make it click? Highlight color, error text, on create. Has motion curves, has root curves, get binding. Oh man, my eyes are tired from looking at this. Also, this is from a long time ago. I think it's from like 2017, so it might have changed since then. But I'm pretty sure you could double click on them even on the first release. I don't know what I'm looking for. No, I give up. All right. It just would have been really nice to be able to double click it. Instead of going to this. But close enough. That's where those sub timelines would have been good. Oh. Oh man, I need to stretch. Oh. Yeah, I think visual novel, the challenge there is that like a novel on its own, being just a bunch of text, allows you to basically publish it to paper, you know, and paper is perfect. Paper doesn't run out of battery, paper doesn't need a screen, paper doesn't require any music, no art, except for the covers. It's great. So being able to just, if you want to justify a visual novel, you're kind of closer to lo-fi anime at that point with interaction. And now you have to compete with, it's like, well, if I have or a comic book, basically a comic book with music. Well, comic books with music probably a lot harder to get people's attention for because they're easy to make. And they have to be really, really good. And I think, you know, comic books have frames of action that visual novels tend not to quite as much. Like, you know, if you're reading some manga, there'll be a frame where something cool happens. But visual novels tend to be more like simulations, like you're just chatting to characters, like dating sims or whatever. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I think there's something passive about consuming those stories when they're just media that you're watching. But to play a game that is just a comic book or like a choose your own adventure dating sim, I don't know. What's the reason why that's not just, why does that need to be? Maybe it's just that there isn't a big enough marketplace to like, is there a place where you can go to play visual novels specifically or like read about them? Because like people love manga. Why isn't there like a visual novel version of Steam or itch.io? I guess it is itch.io, but like, you know what I mean? There could be somewhere that is more dedicated to people who just want to consume that one kind of thing. I guess also like most people expect to consume manga for like free. It's kind of a luxury to have people subscribe and pay money. Assuming you're not doing not safe for work stuff. All right. So we got teleport in, we got teleport away. We built the feature, we did the thing. Let's go back to this and see what we're missing here. We could do all of this, except we're not really doing the explanation of what's happening very well. All right. So I think I need a way to like force something to happen. I don't like that I have to wait constantly on aspects of the game to do stuff. Like I have to set up scenarios where a bunch of stuff's going to happen. Crucible teleport platform, Forge teleporter. I think I just need like a button that's like force intro sequence. Hey, Indie Dev Casts. All right, let's do some work here. Oh, see, this is where I feel good again. I'm so excited because now I can put a little thing here that is a cutscene that looks up at the room intro. I can do the room intro from here without worrying about it, how it affects this scene. Oh, I finally hit there. We got it. So let's add an annotation track. I have a workflow again. And this is going to be, what do we need to do? We need to look at the crucible. Oh man. So then return to us to starting position. So now I can just make a little cutscene intro, a little cutscene nugget, a little tiny function that moves a camera to a point and moves it back. And I can put that here. And I don't need to worry about how that's going to do that. I don't need to hard code it here. I just need to say there's going to be a thing that does that, and then it'll do it. It kind of is what Elzak was saying. Just to make you feel good, Elzak. Timelines on timelines. But the thing is, my timelines need a sequence player attached to them to do dialogue and things like that. So I just needed to bundle a sequence player. It's like everything in my game is scheduled. So it needs, if it's going to be scheduled, it needs a schedule container. And then it needs a sequence player to be the thing that goes into the container, and the sequence player has the director. Now, anything is nestable inside of anything else, which is pretty good. I was a little anxious about the amount of work I'd have to do that, like the overhead of that in the scene, the amount of objects that need to be created, but actually it's not too bad. Like I'm pretty used to it at this point. It'd be nice, yeah, I mean, let's do it. So this is like, look at not even Crucible. Just look at point of interest in the level, then return. So I just need to, just doing that gives me a brief as an engineer. Like, oh, I need to just build a thing that looks at a point of interest and comes back. That's easy to do. And I'd be happy to make that knowing I'll be able to reuse it later. The tough part is if it's that light. Oh, but it doesn't have to be a sequence. It could just be a thing that's got a schedule state. Oh. So this is just a okay. Nice. I don't even need to. Wow. The thing is, though, I might need some starting context. So, like, if I want to look at the point of interest, I need a there's a couple of things here. If I use my camera system, it's literally just turning on a camera and turning it off again. If we're going to do that, we might not need one of these. If it's literally a question of just moving the camera, I don't need to do this. I can do one. I can do it better. You call me NL? Did I finish the archaeology game? It did get play tested. We're not finished with it though. We've got a couple more months on it yet. Northern Lion? Yeah. So actually, we're only one override from getting this stuff done. So let's just do the override. Oh, that's the Dutch flag emoji. I can't even see that. It just says NL to me. Netherlands. Got it. Okay. So actually, we just need a... How does this work? This is a... I built this system to do this. Can I have these stacked? I don't actually know. All right, well, let's just do it anyway. So I need to now go into here and I need this here. I need another cutscene camera called Yo, thank you. Val, I didn't get your full name before it disappeared, but I'll see it in a sec. I used to have, I've got a tablet over there and I could see all of the queue of things that's just happened. I haven't been using it for months. Okay. So back over here, we're going to chuck this in here. In transition is going to move over like 2 seconds and then move back over 2 seconds. Create a lot of space for that. And then this is going to do that. This is going to do that. Let's just see if that works. But I don't have that set anywhere yet. So this interest is going to be all the way up here. Hey, it works. That's pretty good. It was quite linear though. Wasn't expecting that. It doesn't look linear to me. Maybe because it was so long? I don't even know. Also, it might have been nice for the camera to sort of move along a path to like show the whole sequence. What do you think? I didn't mind any of that. It just felt... I've got a 2-second move. I feel like 2 seconds was fine. Fade in and fade out loses the context. That would be a design choice to do that. Maybe we could return by fading. But I kind of wanted the idea. I kind of wanted the camera to move there on purpose. I wasn't, because cinematic if you fade, it implies time separation, or like that it's in another place. Maybe just on the fade out. Well, that's what I'm saying. You guys are... It doesn't feel linear, but it definitely doesn't feel like it has an ease in out on it. It feels like the ease is on the corners are very loose. But I feel like I would want it to go on like a spline even, like travel up here. I don't have that. I don't have a shot track that lets me do a spline, but that could be cool. Maybe not right now. I think that's probably going overboard. We could do a 3-second move. Oh, 2 is the max? Okay. Really? Now it's 3. But I think this, I will make this a bit more, I'll make it a different curve. So I'm going to take this and go like this, and take this and go like this. Save that. And I'm also going to save this preset. Close that, and then go back to our little teleporter in this guy, you, and then you are move 3. 3 seconds is a long time. Hey, Tom Devisa. Thank you so much. Okay. That's what I wanted. But, oh, that's not quite right. That needs to end like there. Oh, also, this needs to be center with that. And also, dialogue control clip is what I want. And I want this to be, hello, here. 1 second. Hey, how you doing? And then this goes here like that. Whew.
Do we have dinner?
Nope. But we have something. But you're not going to like it.
Good.
Because it's not healthy. But we have an option. Somebody said they'd make us food.
What are you talking about?
The boys.
What boys?
The boys.
What boys? What boys?
I don't want to dox us. Let me 1 second. Let me mute. Alrighty. So I don't like what happened with the fade though. I don't know what's going on there. That's like an error. I don't know what it is. Let's see if we can just watch it. Okay. Reclaim our power. Sure. And return it to us. Okay. So this fade. What was that? You see that? It like didn't. Oh, is that it right there? I feel like I can see it. It fades out at 0.55, yeah? And the transition is at 0.5 exactly. So this needs to be at 0.45. And this could be a bit earlier. What the heck? In fact, this could be way earlier. There was like a little bit of overlap before the crossover where like the opacity of the camera wasn't set to 0 yet, but the actual camera flips. Like it goes from A to B, from A camera to B camera before fading out of A. So it was literally just that the whole game had that in it. Every single camera transition of the whole game had that problem, and now it won't. Oh, that's much better. Oh. How did that screw up? Okay, so the next thing is we need to intro. I have it set up, I designed it so that we get the ability between those two moments. We could put it at the start of this level. Did she agree to unhealthy food? Yeah, no, she did. She did. We both did blood tests recently. We both have high cholesterol. We need to be healthier people. We don't exercise enough. I certainly don't. And she certainly doesn't either. Neither of us do. Did she kill me yesterday? Never. Did he died? Okay. So what's cool is I can take this teleport in sequence and I can actually put a little cutscene at the start here. I can just put one in. So you won't even know. So this is like a little stub for reveal unlocked ability. Now, I don't know if that's a good idea to put it there, but I don't have a place to put it yet, so I could put it there. Ability modal state. Boom, just like that? Just like that? No, not set to instance of object. Schedule state container. Did I intro sequence, timeline, abilities, modal state, double click that. This is the state, state container. Does this, that's the container there. Does this do something? Set up state, get state, and get state requires us to, well, that just tells us what it is. So what's the problem here? This is a mono behavior. But literally, all I have to do is... Why wouldn't I just do this? state container.state equals. Wait, state. Wait. State container.state equals get state. That's not good. Because this thing's gonna check to see if it's null, and it's gonna try to play it if it's not. It's gonna try to, well, it's not even gonna check, it's just gonna play it anyway by giving it a new one. But why do we need to do that? Yeah, I guess I understand. But wait a second, why don't I just do that here? It's probably not gonna matter. Oh, no, it's fine. I'll just do it that way. I'll do it both ways. There you go. Do what you want. Nope. Okay, what happened? Null reference exception. End event. What? What's wrong with that? What? Object reference not set to instance of object. Here. End event, which is here. Wait a second. Oh, hang on. This is null. From all the way back here. Oh. So the start function of the modal fader. Oh, it's not even, it's still disabled. So obviously the start function is not going to have called yet. Wait, does open not set the game object to true? Wow, okay. It should always be true. We don't need to turn this off ever. Because it's got a fader on it. Okay, one more. Nice. Now, does this do what it's supposed to do? Well, it certainly opened, but I don't think it was doing any waiting. Let's just check to see if this is... the override.do is not being called. That is a really good question. This is called inside of ability unlock schedule, which is a type of mono behavior that has a state container. And state container has an update which says if playing directly, it should do depth. And when it gets called to enter, it should do that. So we should be able to make sure that this wait state is doing something. And yet it's not doing anything. Okie doke. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's not right. None of this is right. This isn't right. This is a mini state. Function to call stored as a variable. This can't be null. I think I'm just doing this wrong. "13-inch screens, especially tablet mobile screens, everything's close to impossible to read or follow." Well, I mean, are you talking about like 13-inch 1080p or 13-inch? Like, what's your resolution? I feel like that's the thing. Like, my phone's 1080p and I can read what we're looking at on it. Pretty sure. The bitrate should be okay. What's the stream resolution as well? Hang on, let's have a look. I can read it on my phone, but yeah, that's fine to me. What resolution are we talking about here? That'll be the difference maker. MacBook Pro, 1080p. Is your screen set to 1080p as well? Like the stream, sorry? Like in your video player? I mean, I can go bigger for you, but I can't get much bigger than that. Like, that's pretty big. I only have a 23-inch monitor. In fact, I can't do that. Sorry. Stream resolution is 1080. Looking on MacBook Pro. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I can help you. How common is this? Can we get like a show of hands of like who has problems with it? Hey, Lonomax, thanks for the follow. Okay. How many other mini states have I got in the game? I don't have any others. Okay. What kind of MacBook Pro are we talking about? What year? I mean, the bitrate's not high, but like the screen is a still picture, so it should cost essentially nothing. But Twitch might be doing something weird on it. So this is I wrote this like yesterday, and now I forget how I was supposed to be using it. This is a mini state, a function to call stored as a variable. Okay. Why not just call the function and then why do I need an end event? Why don't I just call exit straight after? I don't understand. I don't know what I was thinking. There was something in there. There was some mental logic in there that I was trying to do. Maybe because I wanted to be able to check to see if the thing had done its thing. I don't know what I was looking for there. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, it didn't even do it at all. Enter. Oh, whoops. There we go. It's the end event thing that I don't get why I needed an event callback for that. Oh, wait state doesn't have an enter. Or maybe, I guess it just has its base state. So scheduled state has an enter, which is just empty. All right, we're going to keep trying. Nothing. I don't know what's going on here. So that's exiting. And then back over at our that's happening. And then this happens straight after. So this is our queue state. And then on the do, we are going to, for each, we enqueue them. And then when we do that, when we set a state in a queue state, we set it to the dequeue function of that. Where's the thing that I'm supposed to be doing? There's something here where I'm supposed to be doing something a bit smarter than this. In the queue state, so in this, clear that, enqueue all of them. There should be a thing where the response... Where is the thing? I'm so confused. Look at this. That works. That's the same thing. And the idea is, this is 3 different states inside of our list. And what's supposed to happen is if queue is count and state is null, exit. First thing we do is dequeue, but there should be something here where I think it's part of the actual base state, where when we set a state, on its exit, we respond to end. And then if that state is our current state, remove its on exit, and then set from queue. And this set from queue says, hey, if our queue has any more things in it, then we set our next one to the next one. So I guess we could say debug setting from queue, see if that does anything. Okay, it says 3 states left. Yeah, nice. It's working. Okay, so we just set mini state. And then when we set that, we call enter, and mini state is here, and it has an enter function. It calls the thing and then it exits. So now my question is, why doesn't it then just immediately invoke the next one? That's my question. Because the next thing that will happen is respond to end. Does it happen? Oh, does it happen so quickly that this set... Wait a second. So the state equals the new state, and then we call enter. And then we add the listener after. Oh, yeah. We have to listen to the exit before we set it. Yeah, that's it. Found it. 2, 3. Yeah. It beat us to this, like, we didn't get to subscribe to its on exit function before it was calling it. So we just put the subscription earlier. Hell yeah. We let it get ahead of itself. Because it doesn't take any time to like that state had 0 playback time because it's just a function call wrapped in a state. So it was like, go, and it's like finished. And then it's like, and now we're going to subscribe to your end event. And it's already finished. Okay. Very cool. So right now, this is the beauty of this feature. I have a cutscene, yeah? The cutscene has the teleporter has a cutscene, and the cutscene has a bunch of stuff in it. That cutscene starts with a little stub, and the stub says, hey, if there is an ability for us to unlock, go and do the thing that you do. And this is handled elsewhere. This thing has the power to stop the cutscene and play and open up a modal and do a bunch of stuff. And all of that is handled here. So I could replace this with a whole additional cutscene if I wanted. But for now, just because I know that I'm debugging it, I'm just like, hey, why can't I just like show the menu for 3 seconds? 1, 2, 3, and then make it dismiss. But if I wanted, I could wait. I could have some other state that waits for player input or something here instead of that. What actually is going to happen is I'm going to hand over control to the menu. So it's just going to essentially wait for some callback where it plays the menu. Maybe some text is going to appear. Maybe some, who knows what's going to happen. A bunch of stuff. But then when it dismisses, this is going to continue, and then it's going to continue the rest of the cutscene. And I don't need to think about how that cutscene was manufactured, what it's made of. I don't have to think about anything after this blue line while I'm doing that. All I have to think about is the fact that it's just, you know, a thing that's going to happen. And while I'm thinking about it, it lives in its own world. That's what I've been striving for the last 4 or 5 streams. It's just being able to have the peace of mind that I don't have to care about how something was made. Now, we have to set up this to have the right ability. That's the first thing. Oh, not that one. Wait, really? Oh, I pressed the wrong one. It's not arise. What am I doing wrong here? Or maybe I made it go to arise. Did I really have the wrong one set up? Oh yeah, it actually is the wrong one. For now, I'll just hard code it to be the one that I want. You are the one I want. Maybe it would be better if this is my wife playing. I think putting this after would be better. I don't love that, but I think it would make more sense for gameplay purposes to be able to say like, oh, you did a thing. Well, now I want you to do a thing. And then I'm going to tell you how to do just before I ask you to do it. So like this happens here. Bloody, bloody, blah. Then you get the tutorial. Then you get to play. That's definitely how it should be. because if I was going to put this in the scene transition, like before this point starts, there's too much of a time gap. I have to let go of my like brain's insistence to like make everything cinematic and feel like it works with the lore, because ultimately the player is playing a video game, and I need to remember that it's a video game. Okay. So, it's time to go. My wife's calling me from the other room. She wants chippies real bad. Okie dokie. So I'll commit that. Ads tutorial. To teleport in sequence. This was a good stream. This was actually, my confidence is coming back, and now I can feel like I can actually get through this stuff. It took so long to digest it. I hate it. Hate how long it took me, but I think that's just life. We have, I should mention, quick announcement. We actually have both of our animators from last chapter are now pretty much ready to sign on. One of them is signed on. We've got 3 of the 4 team members back for chapter 2 already, like fully like on. And Elias, our sound designer, he's like verbally agreed he's gonna come on. I just have to send him a contract. So we're pretty much gonna be jumping into like chapter 2 streams. Probably like 2 days a week, maybe. Self-funded, yeah. For this year, it's been a big year, and I am counting on some stuff happening to like help fund it. But yeah, hopefully we can just keep making that happen. So, hey, thanks for the sub, Universal. So yeah, it's we're good. We're good to go. Chapter 2. I need to make sure that like in the next couple of days I smash through this stuff, because it's so important that I have this little chapter 1 wrinkle done as soon as possible. It's just in the way. It just needs to get out of the way so I can be full on chapter 2. We've already actually got music for chapter 2 started. I've been doing meetings. I had a meeting this morning. Morgan, our music composer, she will be away most of September. So actually, while she's started, she's going to be in another country for a while on holiday. So it's going to be a bit of a wobbly first month, especially because like halfway through September, I'm going away. And then I'm away for the first week or so of October because of GCAP and PAX. So there's going to be a lot happening. I'm also still doing the archaeology thing. That's come really far. I got some feedback today on that actually, and really, really positive feedback. 140 students played the archaeology game. Do you want to see some stuff? Obviously they're not allowed to take photos of or video of the kids playing, but this was where they played it. And yeah, 140 kids played the game, and it didn't crash once. They had 3 minor bug, like visual glitches that self-corrected. So like huge amount of data coming in, all good, all positive. Lots to still do on it, but I'm pretty comfortable with like what's left. It's mostly animations and polish. So we're on the home stretch for it. Like it's come a long way. Clients happy, clients happy. All good. So it was a hard couple of weeks. The last 2 weeks stressed the crap out of me. But we're sort of picking up momentum on the other side of the hill now. Let's raid Kebab Scale. We haven't noticed. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Please wishlist Insignia. Please wishlist Insignia. It's got to be done. Tell your friends. Share it on social media. Thank you. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Stick around for Kebab Scale. He's amazing. So I'll see you tomorrow. It's not the end of the week yet. We probably will be doing archaeology stuff tomorrow. So yeah, stay tuned. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.